How we doing, everybody? Let me just see. I'm on the wrong screen. How we doing? Oh, wow. Stream Elements bot is running. Oh, there you go. Some things are working. I'm not really, but there you go. Afternoon. How we doing? I think don't. We lost a few off the top again, but you know that's the norm. Andy B, afternoon Andy. Floor Flyer. It's awake on your third 707. It's awake on your third 707. It's all my fault. They're a nice radio, mate, but they are a bit of a pain in the neck to sort. Afternoon, all the gear, no idea, Chris. It's going to tidy the workshop. I need to tidy this, so it's unreal. And check out Chris's video that he put up this morning. I've only watched about 15 minutes of it so far, Chris, with the different impedances with the meters, which is really interesting. So I shall be catching that one up later on tonight. Rob Cross, afternoon, how are you? Keith Brandle, hi Keith. Michael Hyde, hi Michael. And Nick Petronics, afternoon Nick. Phil Taylor, hi Phil. Rob Titheridge. Hi Rob, and belated birthday wishes to Mrs. Cruncher. Mrs. Cruncher was, I won't say what age she was, but it was her birthday on Friday. But, unfortunately, Mrs. Cruncher tested positive for COVID on Thursday. So she's had a crap time, to be fair. At the moment, as we're speaking, she's in the bedroom, quarantined, and touch wood, I'm still testing negative, but Mrs. Cruncher, unfortunately, has got COVID, which, there you go. I didn't know if I was going to tell you or not, but I just have. But anyway, thanks Rob, for wishing her a happy birthday for Friday. Thank you. Afternoon, Les. Colin, hi Colin. Anthony Carter, good afternoon, Auntie. I think you were first in today, weren't you? David Tag, hi David. Barry Charlie, hi Barry, how are you? Mr. Stream Elements is in. Aston, and they said Anton then. Aston, how you doing, mate? ZX, hi Harvey. Mac Vision, hi Mac. And Multi, afternoon Multi. I did send you an email as well, Multi, about those bits that you wanted. I've got them here. I have pulled them out of a radio for you, mate. Daryl B, how you doing, Daryl? First time? BC in Canada. It's British Columbia, isn't it? Welcome from Canada. I do have a lot of viewers in Canada, actually. I seem to be getting a lot of repairs in from Canada as well. Hi Jess, good afternoon. Yeah, we've got plenty to look at today, mate. So yeah, sadly, yeah, Mrs. Cruncher has got COVID, so it's all very difficult at the moment, as I'm sure you're aware. If any of you have had it, or anyone in your households had it, it's we've got to stay clear of each other. Separate rooms, separate bathrooms. So Chris is saying most people are aware of meter impedances, but it's interesting to the effect in action. It certainly was, Chris. That was a bit of an eye-opener, to be fair, because I always thought that they specified an AVO 8 because it had a high impedance, but obviously it's not that great, is it? She's one day older than the day before. Afternoon, Daniel. How are you? Happy Sunday. Happy days, isn't it? Anyway, that's my sob stories over for the day. And let's hope Mrs. Cruncher gets well soon. I think it's I think she's got to do a test again. She got to do a test tomorrow and a test on Tuesday. And if both of those are negative, then she can come out of whatever you call it, lockdown, whatever it is. Mark J, afternoon, Mark, and Timothy. Hi, Timothy. So, as I say, the DAC10, I just haven't had a chance to do what I wanted to do to it this week. I wanted to get the valve seats drilled out, and I don't really want to do that on a live stream because of the noise and getting all the mess over the bench. I want to do that outside, ideally. And I've got a couple bits in that I'll show you for it anyway. We'll put the R200 to one side for a minute. And what I'll do is I'll get the chassis back up. I'll get the chassis back up on the bench. Now we have got stream elements working today, so if you type in exclamation mark commands, I think it is. Thank you very much, MacVision. Is that going to work? Stream element, it's a bit of a lag on it, so it'll kick in a minute. But I had a bit of fun with it last week. There you go. So you can find a list of all the commands there. So you can, I've enabled that 8-ball thing. So if you want to ask Stream Elements a question, you just type in exclamation mark 8-ball and then your question, and it'll give you an answer. Clever stuff, isn't it? And there's also a tipping thing set up. So if anyone wants to make a donation, it's a lot easier doing it this way than it is messing about with other ways. Oh, you didn't get an email. You think it's someone else. Ah, strange, because I think the email did say that they were multi. You didn't email me asking me for a board for the SW1, did you? The Sony SW1? I'm sure they said it was multi, and it might be a different multi. I thought you were the only multi. Andrew Harris, welcome, Andrew. You're overloaded on pizza, Aston. And Rob, thanks very much, Rob. Rob Cross, and Rob did very kindly send Mrs. Cruncher an Amazon voucher for her birthday as well. So it's very kind of you, Rob. Thank you very much. And we'll have a sneak preview of your radio later as well, Rob. Yeah, well, happy belated birthday to you as well then. That's yesterday, Aston, wasn't it? I think I did say happy birthday to you, didn't I, on Facebook. So yeah, I hope you had a good day, mate. Sounds like you did. Strange multi, I don't know who that was then. But they haven't replied to my email. So I'm really not sure who that is then. I'm sure it's one of my viewers. Anyway, let's switch to the other camera a minute then. Because one of the things that I wanted to sort out is, you can just about see it on the bottom of this resistor here. See that white thing? Oh, it's your Skymaster multi. That might be it. Ah, that might be it. I knew there was something. I'm getting confused with somebody else. So whoever it was that asked me for the SW1 board, so you need to check your email because I've dug one out for you. So yeah, this is the thing in question. I'm not going to touch it because this washer, and I am a fair way away from it. It looks like I'm really close there, but I'm a good inch away from that. That is asbestos. Roulette, Paul. What the hell is that? Afternoon, Mr. Cody's. So that is asbestos. And obviously we don't really want that in there. So I'm going to have to isolate this asbestos washer and carefully remove it outside, having wet it down and PVA'd it first, so there's no fibres can come off of it. And I'm going to have to get rid of it. They don't look so bad from there yet, till you tilt it up, Chris. And then once we tilt it up, you can see it's pretty bad. All of them are rusted, really pretty bad. So for the washer, I bought a piece of this on eBay. Where am I? There. And it's asbestos free. It's 2mm thick, which is exactly the same thickness as that washer. So I've got to cut a washer out of this material, and I don't really know the best way to do that yet. I'm going to have to work that out. I certainly won't be cutting it with scissors because it's pretty thick. So I might have to use my circle cutter and see if that'll eventually gnaw through it. But I've got enough there for probably 3, 6, 9, probably about 12 washers. And that was a couple quid on eBay, so that wasn't bad, was it? Let's zoom out a little bit. So, what else arrived? The valve bases arrived. Now, what have I done with those? They are here somewhere. They are here somewhere. No, I don't know where. Oh well. Anyway, I've got some new valve bases here somewhere in amongst all this stuff that's arrived this week. It's been a bit manic end of this week because of the whole issue. But yeah, I've got some valve bases somewhere. I think they might be down on the stairs. What's that then there? Customs, no. That might be them over there actually. No, that's the valves themselves. Oh well, I have got them anyway. I bought 3 in to go with the other ones. So I got 5 brand new valve bases to fit, but I just haven't got round to that because, as I say, they need drilling out, most of them. Some of them have got 1 screw in them, but they've still got to be drilled out. So the other thing was the rubber for the channel for the dial plate. So here's the dial plate. So you can see this is a glass panel, if it'll focus. And across the top and the bottom it should have a rubber channel, but that's gone very brittle and just broken away to nothing basically. So the challenge was to get something that fitted. Well, I've actually got went on eBay and bought this, which is actually from these people, Shower Seal UK Limited. As I say, I bought it from eBay, but that's their details. It looks like showersealuk.com. So, and this is 3mm this glass. It's 3mm thick. So I'm hoping, I haven't tried this yet, that this will fit on there. And it does. Look at that. Bang on. So there you are. I've got to trim it where the this is on the top, because there's a brass piece that sits over here that the little windows hang out. So that's got to be trimmed to fit, because it actually will overlap the windows. Well, it'll overlap the brass piece anyway, so I just need to trim that top edge a little bit, but there you go. So what are we playing with stream elements here? I must see this because it's new to me as well. Jeff, good afternoon, and Dom. Afternoon, Dom. And Andrew's in as well. Because I want to get rid of it properly, Andrew. I want to dispose of it. It's got to be double bagged and then taken down to the recycling centre. And something I used to do in my previous role was a manager for a very large gas company. I was a trained asbestos sampler, and I was able to remove small pieces. Will it snow next week? Ha! The heavens point to yes. Oh, well, there you are. Yeah, the pins are very corroded, Chris, and there's one they're not even gripping it. It's really, really loose, so they're coming out. Oh, Vichet's cap's the best, most likely. Cyberflyer, how are you doing, Cyber? I think I said hello, Jeff. Will Cruncher fix the R200 today? Outlook is good. It's not working. Do hacker radios make good door stops? Ah, he told you there, Dom. Will you win the lottery? Yes, Christ. Give us your numbers, Aston. Give us your numbers, mate. What's that? Set title crunchy. Andy Beck, thanks, Andy. Yeah, Mrs. Cruncher is not good. Thanks. Stream Elements says that DAC90 is a rubbish and DAC10 is far better. So Simon in, is he? I didn't see Simon. Apologies if I missed you, Simon, and you're in. You would pour gloopy oil on the asbestos. Nothing gets in the way. Nothing gets away. Yeah. Daryl B. Steel will work out good. Got your hands full on that chassis. I know it's. I mean, there's loads of white powder and that around there as well, but I think that's the aluminium corroding. So I need to go in with a tack cloth first and get rid of any debris in there, and then I can wet it down and tackle it. But don't do this yourself, people. Just leave it be. As people have said, just PVA it up and leave it in there. Although I don't think PVA is fireproof, is it? So, Kenneth, Brian even, how you doing, mate? And, yeah, Brian's radio is done at last, and mine is nearly done. You ain't gonna win, Dom. It's got your number. Yeah, not all the commands are enabled, Dom. Someone's out today. Can't resist to wind him up. Well, thank you, whoever that was, anonymously tipped £2. Thank you very much. And thanks, Timothy, for activating that, mate. It's not working in your favour, Dom, is what you're saying. Yeah, so that's the bits that I've sorted. So I've got the valve bases sorted. I've got that to replace the asbestos washer. And I've got the seal to do the seal around the top. And I did buy quite a lot of that because I've got I've got 2 DAC10s and 3 90As. So I've got 5 here, and most of those have got perished rubber, so. But yeah, Brian, that Pro80 is a pain in the neck. I thought it was broken. I didn't think the VHF was working at all, but you've got to do some weird button combination press to get the VHF to work on it, which is really weird. Thank you, Timothy. Yeah, so if you put iTip in, it'll just bring up the tip in thing if anyone wants to donate. Sure. He's sure, but he's scratching his chin there, Paul. He's scratching his chin. Right, so that's the latest on the DAC90. Sorry, DAC10. I'm getting confused myself now. So I think what we'll do now is we'll dig the get the R200 up on the screen there. So this is the old Roberts R200. Obviously branded the finest of all portables. I think that was back in the 1800s though. They were overtaken by Hacker soon after. Thank you, Rob. So this one is looking in a bit of a sorry state, but the owners of this want to keep it this way because it was their late father's radio, and they don't want anything touched on the radio at all as far as cosmetics are concerned. They're not really worried about what happens inside, apart from obviously they want it working. But one thing that I have noticed, and I don't know if this has been done by the courier or whether it was originally like this, but got a bit of a glare on, but we have got it's actually easier to see with a bit of glare on it. We have got a bit of a crack on the dial plate there, which runs right the way through and out the other side as well. So I can't touch that. You can see it better there. Look. So you've got a crack that runs right the way through the dial plate there. But as I say, they literally don't want it touched. It's got to stay as it is. Hi, Luigi. Never. Yeah, see, good old Stream Elements. He knows his stuff. It's rigged. All potatoes. Right, so yeah, this is apparently not working. It is the R200, as you probably saw. Yeah, so it is the R200. They're very similar to the R300. Long wave, medium wave. It's quite a nice dial plate on these. Very, very popular radio back in the day. And it's what brought about the revival range, really. So there's a few things that we're going to need to look at. I've got to be careful because I think the rubbers are gone because that needle is touching the scale there. So you don't want that to get any worse. So although I won't be touching the top, I will need to get it apart to get the grommets done, I suspect. So let's go in a little bit closer. As you can see, we've got a bit of a dink on the side there, and there's rexines coming away, but again, this is being left. That needs a bit of lubrication. Grill is pretty flat. Let's say we've got a damaged logo again. That's got to be kept as is. So we've got a bit of Artex or polyfiller or something there, but again, we're not even going to clean the case. It's exactly as is. So the important stuff is in here. And those of you in the know will know this is one of the later R200s with the dreaded AF117s in it. Plus the Plessies. So that's two fairly major failure points straight away. And just for good measure, we've got some brown hunts in there as well. So it's a fair bit of work. Don't know that the rubbers are bad on this one. So let's oh, we've lost the battery tabs as well. That's not a good sign. So someone might have tried doing something else. We need to put another battery tag on this. What's going on there? I don't know. So something's happened there. Yeah, this last model is the same as the R300. The previous models aren't. They got different transistors in them, but this is the same as the R300 with just a different top plate and a different grill surround. We've got an external aerial socket. The owner thought that this might have been an external power socket, so hopefully they haven't put power up that, but that's just for an external aerial. So car aerial socket, that is. Motorola socket, is it they call it? So that's all that is. So yeah, we've got oscillator mixer and 2 IF transistors, which are all going to have to be changed. 5 plessis, 2 hunts. Was there more? There's only 2 hunts in this one. Okay. Some of them have got more than that. Again, there's issues. The resistors can go high. Very strange looking. That's very strange in there. Daniel, thank you very much, mate. Let me just zoom in on this bit a minute, because there's a very strange looking resistor in there. I think it's a resistor. It might be a capacitor. Can you see it? Is that a resistor or a capacitor? That looks maybe that's been changed at some stage. I don't know. It looks a bit strange. Rolf, Mavis, 10 minutes including tea break. Games Bahai Maru, good afternoon to you. Yeah, I will be doing, Harvey. I just made sure she's okay. Got her sorted with some dinner. That's resistors, or you mean the these plessis? Yeah. So if you want to have a look around the radio, I'll zoom back out a little bit. So one good thing about these is they've got the latest style IF cans in them, and these are sealed, so hopefully we won't need to touch that. We might need to if I change these. So you can see we've got an AF117. That's one of the IF transistors. There's another one there lurking lit. And the oscillator one is down in underneath there. So we might need to pop maybe an AF127 in there and a couple GT322s in there. There's a bit of rust on the chassis, but again, we're not really going to be touching that. And there's a little bit of rust, as is usual, on the battery holder. That's the base of the holder. I've just got it at a weird camera angle, but yeah, that's rusty as well. So normally I would get that out and Dremel it off and paint it with some Hammerite to stop it getting any worse. I will see if they want that doing. It is on the inside after all. It would prolong the life of the thing. So we've got a roller speaker in there. Quite a nice sound. These. What's that? A 4-inch speaker, 5-inch speaker, something like that. And obviously we've got the ferrite rod antenna on the bottom there. Output stage OC81s. I think that's a. Oh no, that is actually a diode. Now it's an AA129. Very often on these, there's a transistor used in there. It's a bit dark in there, isn't it? Yeah, very often there's a transistor used in there, and they just join 2 of the legs together. That's a bit better. So it's got the transformer, output transformer, and matching transformer in there. I'm no audio guru, so I can't tell you the ins and outs of that. But yeah, let's connect it up and see what happens. Yours has the same resistor, so it may be original. I don't know if that's a capacitor, you know. I think that's a little tiny tubular capacitor. It may well be. I have got a few of these knocking about, but none that I can put my hands on straight away. Well, yes, there is actually. I do have a couple I can get to straight away. So I'm gonna try it first. We need to sort this wiring out because it seems to be. We seem to have got a break back here as well, so it looks like I'm gonna need to replace that wiring. Oh, you pinged me. Oh, it is original, is it? Yeah, it's a while since I've done one of these. Where's me Messenger then? Let me just find Messenger a minute, people. Apologies. So while I'm doing that, let's just undo this wire because it's going to have to be changed. There is a break in it there. I think someone's chopped the battery connectors off, which is a bit of a shame, so I've got to try and find two more now. So yeah, we got a break in the wire there. That's held on by a couple strands. So that's got to come off there. So I'm just going to bear the wire back and then just connect it up with my bench supply for now. I'm going to have to get a battery connector back in there after. It might be that we can make up a rechargeable one. Depends on cost at the end of the day, doesn't it, really? For the owner. Right, let me sort out some battery leads. Some battery leads, some power leads even. So everything's a bit of a mess. I've been struggling to sort out that Pro80 of mine. That turned out to be a bit of a nightmare, and thanks to Les for coming up and helping with that one as well. On Wednesday. Got there in the end, but it was a microscopic job to fix that one. So this is a 9-volt radio. Don't confuse it with the RT1, which is the 6-volt radio. So let's connect it up. So I've got the current limit set pretty low on the thing here. What's Paul sent? You just sent a photo, Paul? Yeah, can't really see that very well, mate. Right, let's get me chat back up. Time for a beer, Hansi. Yeah, you're dead right. What's the serial number? Yours is 132363. Well, hell, it's not far off, actually. That's very close, Andrew. If you can see that or not. Is Paul paying you, or are you delusional, Dom? What's going on with you? So that's not very far off yours at all, Andrew, is it? It's only a couple hundred, 233 difference. So it probably came off the assembly line at the same time, I suspect. Yeah, thanks, Les. Okay. Right, so we're connected up. There's nothing else that's going to cause us any issues. Let's turn it on, medium wave. Okay, so it's gone into current limit. It's coming back up again. So capacitors are probably charging in it 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, 7.7. Ah, it's coming live. Eight volts. It's working. Can you believe it?
Within the Senegal, everyone's chipping in and doing their bit. Sadio Mane now one goal away from breaking their international.
Because if he's not.
So I don't know if that's transistors or the tuning cap. I think that's transistors. Yeah, if I tap those. Yeah, it's got poorly transistors in it. Long wave?
Absolutely. I think one of the most fascinating things about horticulture is just quite how diverse it is. There is just this massive range of things, from the people who design the junk for the next Indian.
It's got some heat grinding out these.
Yeah, it might be the tuning cap. Right, okay. Let's get her out the box. What are you asking, Mr. E? So to say yes. Afternoon, Nigel, how are you? The Stream Elements is doing some weird stuff. I did try setting it up earlier to do other stuff, but it's a bit unknown to me. Let's get it up and see what it'll do. Let's get a beer underway. Thanks for reminding me, Anthony, because I've got quite a nice one today. It's come all the way from the bargain box at Asda. End of line, and it's Brewdog Jet Black Heart Vanilla Oatmeal Milk Stout, and it is nice stuff. So let me just log into this a minute. So this is going down my neck today, 6%, but it's really nice stuff, this, and it was on offer. I think it's £1.70. £1.70 a tin. It's got one of them widgets in it by the sound of it. So I take it it must be either end of line or it's going out of date. Because normally you pay twice that for it. So finally finished all my Christmas beer now. I polished that off last Sunday, didn't I? Yeah, I don't know if that's gone out of date. What's the date on it? No, 9th 22, so it must be end of line. Dive into the dark abyss. Quite a nice can, isn't it? And it is good stuff. I know that because I've had it before. So let me just log into Stream Elements a minute. So cheers everybody. Oh, that's nice. That is nice. So I'm on my dashboard again. Merch. It wants to do merch. It loves the merch. Streaming tools, overlays. I can't do overlays, I don't think, with this vMix. Chat commands. Custom commands. Yeah, I don't know. It's doing some weird thing, but we got 8-ball working. Other modules. Okay, so it's got a tip thing going that notifies you in the chat. That seems to be working. 8-ball's questions going. Settings. Yeah, I really don't know how to set all this up yet properly, so I'm sure it'll work at some stage. But I've got the bot thanking you for things. Chat commands, custom commands. Love points. God knows what on earth this is all about. No, that's a new command. I don't want a new command, do I? Oh, no, I don't know. I'll have to let you lot play with that, Stream Elements, because I don't know what's going on with it. It's got a mind its own. Hang on, we got. Oh, Paul sent me a schematic as well, by the looks of it. Thank you, Paul. Is that the last one? I think it is, yeah. Thank you, Paul. I think I downloaded that. I don't know where it's gone to though. Can't beat a bit of milk stout. No quotes. Hi Thomas Kitts, how are you? Accountage? What on earth is accountage, Dom? Oh dear. Right, let's see if I can find that download, Paul, and we'll get the schematic up for you to have a quick look at. And then we're going to pull it apart. God, I'll tell you, this is on a go slow. Today, JPEG file, is that it? Ah, yeah, there we go. So Paul has very kindly just sent me this. Zoom in a little bit. So this is a schematic for the R200. This is a later one. And getting back to Chris's video, it does say there that it's measured with the AVO 8 on medium wave with no signal input and volume at minimum. Total quiescent current 12 milliamps. So yeah. So we've got VT1. VT. I don't know what does VT, is that stand for Volve Transistor or something like that? This is obviously fairly early set, so VT, it's not variable transistor. Vial transistor. I think that's what it is. So yeah, that's our mixer oscillator. Well, the mixer, the oscillator circuit's down here, isn't it? That's the IF is 470. 2 diodes, an OA79 and an OA90. Well, this one's not an OA90. Oh no, that's the other one at the top there, AA129. Yeah, we got that one. And that diode might actually be in one of the cans, potentially. And there's our transformer output stage. So we've got a transformer directly to the loudspeaker. We've got another one which must be matching the impedance from this side, from the driver's side. So there's a volume there. So yeah, these capacitors are going to be absolutely shot. All these electrolytics in here. So yeah, thanks for that, Paul. Theo T. Thank you, Theo. Aki Limnel, afternoon to you. Valdir, how you doing, mate? Thank you. Thanks to you as well, mate. Your money is on giving up. Oh, your workshop clearance. It didn't go well. Right, let's get this thing out of the case then. So these have got just two of these little wooden chocks in the back. Let's just get the camera sorted out a bit better. So it's two little chocks. Thank you, Rob. So I've got some other bits to show you after we've had a crack at this one. I was told this one wasn't working, which is strange because it obviously is working. This is a bit of a pain. These screws are quite tight to the ferrite. So you basically got to take these screws out. They'll come out. That one won't, because the ferrite's in the way. Then grab these and pull these little chocks. That one ain't coming out. That one is. Extract the little chock. This one's not coming out, so let's give that a bit of leverage. you will come out. There it is. Just used a bit of plastic. I cut this off of an old top of a aerosol. Makes quite a good protector. Just cut around the aerosol and you've got yourself a bit of plastic. Just a little tip there for you, look. So now you'd think this will come out, and in theory it should come out, but I always have a hell of a job with these. So you've got to wiggle this. Is this one going to be nice to me? Is this one going to be nice? Sometimes they come out nice and easy, other times they're a right pig. I usually get hung up on the top here, on the Rexine. If I can get it past that bit. Careful, we don't want to break the timber really. Okay, so it's hanging up on a little bit of Rexine on that corner there by the looks of it. Where's my chalky chocker? And it's hanging up on the Rexine underneath there as well. Nearly there, so near. It hooks up on the speaker as well, and the wires. Yeah, this is not one of the ones that's going to come out easy, is it? Get that there, wires. Actually, it might be easier if I pull those wires in front of it. You've seen me struggling with these in the past. They're a pain in the neck to get out of the chassis. I don't know why, because in theory it should be easy, but it never seems to be in practice, does it? Come on, come out. Come on. Come on. If I attempt it with a biscuit or something, it might come out. You don't get it on hackers, yeah. Taking the knobs off makes absolutely no difference at all, Dom. The knobs aren't binding on anything, look. They're not touching anything. It should slide out with the knobs on it. You don't need to take them off to get it out. Boom, boom, boom. See, once that piece there comes past, there's nothing really to hold it in, it's just this top piece. It's so nearly there. Let's try a different route. Come on. He's coming. He's a coming. Ah, no, don't go back in. Don't go back in. Whee! Oh, what a game. I'm worn out now. Harvey, how you doing? Yeah, they should have done, Andrew. They're a pain in the neck to take out the case, these. Benji! Stuck on an escalator, the power went off. Chris, how you doing, mate? Chris. Milky. There's Mrs. Cruncher. You alright, Mrs. Cruncher? It's alright. Yeah, what a pain, isn't it, getting these out. So again, I'm not going to take the speaker out, we'll take the wires off. It doesn't really matter which way round they go, to be fair, but I'll mark the I'll mark one of the terminals. So at the moment that's positive. Let's get the soldering on. I'm going to take the wires off of the aerial plug and the wires off of that, then we can get it completely out of the case. You can have a look at the state of it properly then. So cheers everybody. Daryl B. Send it to you for extraction while I finish my beer. Could have done. Too late. Dave Roberts. How you doing, David? Have you done a video on that RP38 yet, Harvey? Right, let's take these off. Harvey was the one that won the Hacker Hunter from the Christmas live streams. I'm hoping everybody's got their prizes. Be interesting to know if any of the guys that had the kits have managed to build them yet. Let's undo these. Excuse me. Right, we can get the case out of the way for now. Pryor, good afternoon to you, John. Right, a bit of a reposition of the camera, and we should be ready to kill it. Oh, nice one, Harvey. No rush, mate. Up to you. Just you said you were going to do a video on it, so I wondered if I'd missed it, but I don't think I have. So there you go. You can see it in all its glory now, out of the chassis. Let's have a look at the other side. You haven't seen this side yet. So the grommets have gone to. They're still holding on, to be fair, but they are perished, so they're going to need to be done. The 3 grommets. I don't know whether that tuning cap is actually worn. There is a bit of muck on it, a bit of corrosion on it there. Brett, how you doing, mate? The bush, you missed that. That was earlier. That is just a bit of fluff. It might just be a bit of dust in that tuning cap then, because these are pretty robust. Sadly, Roberts don't make them like this anymore. These are nice radios back in the day. I say there seem to be a lot of them sold. We've got a maker's mark on there. BS. I think it says BS. I'd say nothing. So we have got a bit of corrosion on the chassis. But say, how far do you go? Because, you know, the customer's obviously paying for this. I'm sure they don't want me to spend a couple hours of labour just rust-proofing that. But they might do, I don't know. It's not going to fall apart, really, is it? So we do need to take this top panel off, unfortunately, to get to the grommets. I'm trying to think, get me words out. So I'm going to pop the desoldering tool on, the silent desoldering tool. Watch time. Are you playing with these things? Let me have a quick look, see what the commands are. You're wanting commands, aren't you? Okay, so there's a few that only moderators can activate, and some that only super moderators can activate. I don't know what commands you're typing in, but I can't see that one. There's no song set up anywhere, so you can't do that. Trigger command. I haven't set up any custom ones, I don't think. No, custom variables. I don't know enough about this yet to activate it properly. I'm surprised it's free, actually. I'm sure there's a way that they earn money. They must do. Andy Beck, thank you, Andy. There is a dashboard here. It's very clever. So we've gained one new subscriber. Anyway, let's get off of that. Let's get this radio sorted. You suggest putting background music like Frank Sinatra. Catch you soon, Paul. Just use Rust Killer on it for ease of use. Looks clean. AM station engineer. Hi, how are you doing, mate? How you been keeping? See, it's got this automated message. It keeps coming up. Thanks for supporting the channel. That should come up with a tip, really. So I'm really not sure what I've done there. It's probably on the other computer, I expect. It's got a mind of its own, really. So that's a chat bot. Should be doing that. Chat commands, timers, modules, timers. What's timers? There we go. That should read then. It's not, it's exclamation mark, isn't it? Let's change that. Right, okay. Bizarre. 70 watching. Well, thank you. Let's crack on then. Thank my new subscribers as well. Let's get on the right camera. There we are. Where do you find one of those in CA? What, one of these radios? I can restore you one, Daryl, by all means. There's a nice dial plate on it though, isn't it? I think it's one of the best features of these is the dial plates. And these, if we were restoring this totally, we'd have to replace the dial plate and shine up the caps, put them in the washer, all the rest of it, in the ultrasonic. I would strip the chassis right out and spray it, either with hammerite. Zinc paint's the best. That's silver zinc paint because it's not got the hammered finish on it. It looks a bit more authentic. Right, we've got to get these transistors sorted. We've got to get them out and replaced. I'm going to make sure I get them the right way round as well. So it looks like collector is white, emitter is red. So if I take a picture of these first, I'll know which way to put the new ones in. So although this is actually working, it's amazing it is working, to be fair, because normally they're shorted. Oh, I'm sure these are shorted, but so I'll just take some other pictures here while I'm at it of which way round the caps are. Did take a picture of that one, didn't I? I've actually got a decent memory card in the phone now, so I can take as many pictures as I want and it won't tell me off. Yes, I did, Andy. Thank you very much. Asbestos, you got that in your 7G605. You put a thermo in and presented it to your MD for Christmas. Sounds good. No, don't worry, Andy. Very much appreciated, mate. So if you look at stream elements, if I go to my dashboard, screen capture, cube. So this tells me who's it's quite good now. So Rob Cross, Andy Beck, thank you, Andy. Rob Cross, Daniel, thank you, Daniel. Richard A, thank you, Richard. Rob Cross, Anonymous. Rob Cross, Mac Vision, And then we've got everyone that's subscribed, so thanks to all those that have subscribed recently. And that was from last week. Average Joe, welcome back, Average Joe. So yeah, there you are, that's the dashboard. So very interesting. A lot more information than you get from YouTube, that's for sure. Right, so let's do these transistors first. I've got to take this capacitor out of the way because that one's right in the way of the transistor. So let's get that out first. Hopefully the desoldering. Oh, there goes my dead output transformer. Just try not to burn any of these wires, which is difficult because they're all over the shop. Come on, come out. Right, that's that one out of the way. So you can see the transistor now. Plessy, tasty. Yours is only stream. Now you've got to put. I think it's only the moderators that can put a list of commands up. So you've got to basically go exclamation mark command, I think. Or is it commands? Yeah, thank you very much, Andy. Much appreciated, mate. And your Patreon as well, so it's all good. So let's take this first transistor out. I put a new tip in this, and it does help a lot with a new tip. Rob. George, how you doing, George? Thank you very much, Rob. More transistors. Yeah, these are ridiculous money now. Okay, let's have a look here. So I'm just going to make a little mental note, well, not mental, physical note of where the pinouts are on these. So we got 1, 2, 3. So that one is collector, emitter, shield and base. Same for all of them, really. So that one and that one's the same. So this is the front. Right, let's get them all out because they've all got to come out. They've got to go. So that one, and the other one is down there. This one's a bit tight to get at. The power you had. The power went out the other day. Your hacker went well on a 2 Ryobi 18-volt batteries. I bet it did. George ain't awake. Very good. In and out the kitchen. Okay. So we'll number these just for the hell of it, so as we know where they came out of. So we'll call that one number 1. 2 and 3. As I say, these aren't going back in. It's not really worried about keeping the inside authentic, just wants the outside to look original. Right, we need to get some more transistors, so let's go with a AF127 for the oscillator. The reason I'm doing that is because I have found that sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes the Russian transistors don't work very well in the oscillator stage. 1, 2, 4, come on, let's find a 127, please. 125. 127? 124. 125. Have I even got the right bin here? Looks like I'm getting really short on AF127s then. There's one there. So these are much smaller than the originals. If I get that on the overhead camera, you'll be able to see. So there's an AF117 and an AF127. So one of the problems is the legs are a lot shorter, plus they're not the same pin out. If you look at the base of the transistor, the AF117, the legs are all in a line, whereas these, they're in a square formation. And you know, Sod's law says that they're just not going to match up. So you've got to fiddle about and get these legs matched to the pin out on the board. So first of all, we need to just test this one on the transistor tester to make 100% sure. I know it's come on already, it's keen. Yes, I know there's nothing connected. It's because you turn yourself on. So let's connect that up. Stick that on the overhead camera for you, so you can have a look. £20 each. You got 50, Andrew. Get off of you. I did have quite a lot, but it looks like I've used them all. I've got quite a lot of AF125s, to be fair. I've probably got 40 AF125s. Not got a lot of 124s, and hardly any 126s. So pin out's a bit different on these as well. There's somewhere I've got my little ready reckoner. I really need to redraw this though, because it's looking pretty ropey now. So that's the pin out on the AF126s, etc., which is what this is. So it's shield, collector, emitter, base, and that's the pin out on the AF117s. So they are totally different. So I need to just make sure that I get this the right way around. So I'll leave that on the screen for anyone that's interested. So we've got shield, and base. Okay. So that's that way around, shield and base. That's at the back though. Hell, this has got some bending trick to do, this one. Oh, surely there must be an easier way to do it than that. And collector is there. So let me have a think here. So if I go shield and collector, this is going to be really difficult because they've got to cross right over. Anyway, let's test it first, shall we? So just connect it up to the transistor checker just to make sure it's alright and it's not got really bad gain or anything like that. Because I have been given duff transistors in the past with really poor gain. Would you believe it? Just make sure I'm connected that right. It's probably just a bit of tarnish on the leg, so let me just give him a bit of a rub up. There we go. How? 363? Flipping heck. Let's just make sure we've got not a massive leakage on that. 0.282, that's fine. Wow, I wonder if I can squeeze that in then. So it's got to go in there. So let me think. I've done these before, so it can be done. The GT322V is probably easier because the two of the legs are different on those. So sometimes they suit a circuit better, and sometimes these do. But I like to stick these in the oscillator stage. Have a think here, Graham. Think you're gonna have to put some sleeving on these, that's for sure. So we've got shield and collector. Well, we can reverse those. Collector and shield. So that would be there. So shield is the back, collector's at the front, and which is base on that. Base is that one. Base. How that's all over the place. Look at the state of that. So let me see if that's anything like it. I mean, it's really crossed. We've got one going right the way in between the others there. It does pay you to try and get them orientated right to start with. He says chucking it on top of it. Right, let me have a think about this. Let me shut up. I'll shut up for a minute and concentrate. So shield collector, yeah. So shield and collector, that's right. Base is that one. And emitter is that one. Yeah, that's the right way round. So what we'll do is we'll pinch a bit of the shielding off of this, one of these. Hans, how are you? denounced you because you've been using it without membership. Oh. They'd like you to keep the membership up, Peter. Right, so let's use the same shielding for each one. So the collector was white, so collector is that one. So that's a collector. And we want the emitter had red on it, so that's that one. Let's go with that. Right, I think we're ready to go in. I can't even get my fingers in there, so I can't get my fat fingers in there. You watched Tron last night after shopping. Tron. Okay. I've seen Tron for years, Brett. I actually bought a load of, well, not a load, I bought four VHS tapes for Mrs. Cruncher for sort of her birthday, really. All the old 80s classics. I think we've got Flashdance, Footloose, Grease, The Bodyguard, although I think The Bodyguard was a bit later. I'll tell you what, it's difficult to line these buggers up. Get in there. Ah, this is the problem with magnetic tools, it pulls them back out again. Just when I thought I had that sorted. Right, that's the back in. Let's get me goggles on and get the tweezers out. So the back two are in. Let's just sort these front two out. One. And the other one. Come on, in there you go. There he is. What a game. So we just need to bend the legs over on the other side, stop it dropping back out again. Make sure it's a bit squarer than that. There we go. And let's put a little bit of flux on that because it's a dirty old board. Dirty old board. Let's find your solder. Wow, that's only just hanging on. Let's do that. Tell you what, the legs are a bit tarnished on that one. Yeah, the legs are tarnished. Let's just give them a bit of a scratchy a minute. Should have really given them a clean up before I put it in. This is the thing, these transistors are like probably from the 70s, although they're new old stock. The legs are a little bit tarnished. You see the solder's not taken to them. I'll put some of this gel flux on there, that'll sort it out, but let's do those again. My iron's a bit, oh, is that 370? That's better. Burns his tips out. No, it's not doing it. It should come up with the command, but it's not doing it for some reason. It should automatically bring that up, but it's not working for some reason. So let me knock that off again a minute, because that's going to be annoying us. Well, it's already annoying. You're annoying, Mr. Chatbot. Let's delete that. There's a timer. Ray of sunshine. Right, that one's done. Not the easiest. I've got to do that to all three now, which is so if we get the Russian transistors out, the GT322B, that's got a slightly different pin out again. So the emitter and base are the other way round on these. So that might make it a little bit easier. Let's have a look at these. Let's make sure these are all okay. Oh. Them back up. Tony! Afternoon to you, Tony. How are you doing, mate? Not seen you for a while. Right, so I've got to work this out again now, because we've got the shield and the collector are there. So they've got to cross, no bones about that. Shield and collector. So let's put the white sheath on the collector again. Trim that off a little bit more than that. Okay, so that's those two are crossed. Shield collector. I think these two might be the right way round on this one. So we've got, that's the base and that's the emitter. Yeah, so that's much better. So the base and the emitter are the right way round on these. So I've only got to cross one leg instead of the two. But what I haven't done is tested these, so let me just pop that one on there so I know where I am. It is a bit of a juggling game to get these legs bent right. It doesn't look pretty, but hopefully it'll work. Let's test it first. A box is there on, oh, the box to me or the box to you, Chris? Because yours is on the way. You've got a VHS video. Derek, afternoon to you. Right, let's just connect this up and make sure we've got a decent transistor. And will tell me whether I've got it connected the right way round as well, which is good. So if I've got that right, then green is emitter, blue is collector. Let's try that then. Red is a base, green is emitter, blue is collector. HFE 140, yeah, good transistor. Yeah, very good. 0.028 leakage. Excellent. Better than the last one, really, apart from it's not got the same gain. Right, can I stick that in there? It's got to go in those 4 O's there. It's right in between the cans here, so you need something to get it down in there. It's like a surgical blooming operation, it is. Get the back two in first, and the front ones I can do with the tweezers. Stay there. So say this is GT322V, I believe, not B, as was originally thought. So that's one, and that one. There we are. Let's bend these over quickly. Oh, sorry, Dirk. I don't know if I said I know. Oh, I know. She has unfortunately got the dreaded COVID, which is a flipping nightmare, I can tell you, because we've got to be in separate rooms all the time. Well, basically, she's got to stay in the bedroom all day long, which is no fun. Oh, the box to you is in the US now. Ah, great stuff, Chris. It doesn't take long, does it? Using that Parcel Force Global Priority. And that was a bit cheaper than the last box as well. Number 2. So we got 2 down, 1 to go, and then we'll test these other transistors to see if, well, they were working. We did get the radio working, which is unusual. I've lost a transistor now. I did have, oh, there he is. Because I want the shield off of it. Yeah, they are pretty good, and they are still they're jumped up quite a lot. The problem is when people like us start using them and showing people that they work, people start buying them up, and the price goes up as well. So the only 2 that we've got to cross on this one is the collector and the shield. Base and emitter, base and emitter all the right way round. So I'm just sorting out the sleeving to stop the legs shorting out. So we're going to go with the white for collector again. Make sure that's correct. That's the collector. And the emitter, which should make 100% sure I've got that white right. Yeah, emitter is red. So yeah, the Russian transistors were great back along when you could buy a box of 100 for about, I don't know, about 30, 40 odd quid they were from the Ukraine. But price sort of went through the roof really. Let's double that now. Well, I don't even know if there's any listings for them now. I give up looking when the price went a bit silly. I've still got quite a few left in my original box, so just giving that a bit of a clean up because there's a load of flux on the board there. It's better. Right, see if this one will go and get me fingers in here, sort of. There it is. Right, let's bend those over. Just to hold them in. It's difficult to see those because they're right in underneath this load of wire in there. Look. You can sort of just about see it. Okay, right, let's get that soldered up. Again, a bit of flux. Whew. Ah, good stuff. I haven't got any more than, well, I've got another can of that left, but I'm saving that for later on. Let's make sure that's not Mrs. Cruncher messaging me. No. Okay, that's that one done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that capacitor back in that we took out. Let's go back to the main camera. This one here, well, I'm not going to put this one in. This is, what is this? 10 microfarads of 50 volts. So I'm going to stick the capacitor back in there. We certainly don't need 50 volts, do we? So normally you would replicate the voltage, but this is only a 9-volt radio. It's never going to see that sort of voltage. So I'm sticking a 10 microfarad at 16 volts in there. I believe it was that way round. So just going to pop that in. I don't know if any of you have been ordering up decent components recently, but they are starting to get a little bit thin on the ground. I keep getting messages saying that they're out of stock and there's more stock arriving and all this rubbish. And the price has probably must have doubled from a year ago or a couple of years ago. It's doubled, I reckon. It's got a hell of a lot more expensive. Just let me double check that that's definitely in the right way round, that one. Denied, Daryl. What have you been denied, Daryl? What have you been denied, mate? And yeah, definitely was positive at the front. That's fine. So one thing I'm going to do at this stage, I'm going to hook it back up and give it another try. Now somewhere here I've got a 3 ohm speaker. There we are. So I'm just going to connect that up temporarily. If I can find the speaker wires, there they are. Cat bingo, yes. I think we're having a bit of capacitor bingo. Be rude not to, really, wouldn't it? Right, let's just tack these on here for now. Gonna have to tin these first by the looks of it. Come here. Hot, hot, hot. So I'm just quick sense check really to make sure that it's still working, because it has had a bit of a major overhaul. We will probably have to align the IF again because it's got new transistors in it. Let's get the bench cleared off a minute. The usual. Yeah, we discovered that, George, didn't we, when we looked at the data sheet, well, about 3 years ago now, wasn't it? 3-4 years ago? Pulled all the data sheets on it and had a look through. Because the small b is actually a v in Russian. Very confusing. Okay, so that's that's our 3 transistors and our capacitor so far. Right, there's my power supply. So let's hope that this is still working. Would be the first time, would it, that I fixed something and made it not work? And do you notice that short's gone now? Let's just stick the external area on.
We're building up to our next FA Cup game of the day. It's an East Midlands derby too. So Nottingham Forest against Leicester City. Jonathan Woodgate will be forming part of our commentary team for that. Later Manua also still with us. So as we approach the last few minutes of build-up here, gentlemen, Nathan, we'll come to you first. Here's a start. Actually, no, Jonathan, you said you...
Well, that's what the editor's for, isn't it?
But there are people listening here in the studio as well.
But just ask them.
Okay, everyone, we're about to be doing some very rapid fire against wind.
Okay, it's working, that's good. So that means our transistors are all working fine. It's got knackered caps though. The volume is up maximum and it's still really quiet, so we've got knackered capacitors in the audio stage, so let's get those done. Let's have a quick look at the transistors a minute, just have a look, see if they are shorted. Looks like Stream Elements has knocked you out, Chris. Apologies for that, mate, but it doesn't seem to like excessive what is it? It's excessive exclamation marks, I think. Yeah, messages containing excessive amounts of symbols. Unfortunately, why it timed you out, that's a bit over the top, so I'll take that off. So yeah, so capacitors next. So let's have a quick look at the this is not auto ranging, is it? It's a pain in the neck, this. Unfortunately, I've not charged my other one up, so let's have a look at it on here. You've been in and out, Benji, have you? So I'll put it on 200 ohms, so it should, if we've got a short, it'll beep anyway. So I'm going to go between the shield wire and the other legs. This is the transistor 1 at the moment, which is in the oscillator mixer section. So let's do collector first. Nothing on that scale. No. So let's go to that scale. No, mega ohms. No shorts on that one in the oscillator. Well, it was working, so that's confirmed it really. This next one. That one's good as well, but again, I don't really 100% trust this meter, to be honest. I prefer an auto-ranging multimeter for doing this. And the last one, I mean, to be fair, it looks like these are okay, which is pretty good for AF117s. It does happen. Just touch the two probes together, yeah, okay. Okay, we've got a little bit of one there. No, that's just me touching the probes together and leaving them. It's not the greatest meter, this. Yeah, so they were all alright. Bizarre. I bet this capacitor wasn't though, was it? What do you keep going on about, Dom? So let's try this one then. So 10 microfarads, 50 volts. What do you reckon that's going to read then? 10 at 50. You ever think about that? Will I get myself an alcohol-free Guinness? This is good stuff. Recommend this stuff. If you've got to drive or go out somewhere or look after Mrs. Cruncher, then 0% Guinness is the way to go. $19, $26, $25, $14.2. Welcome, Derek and Lawrence. 24,000 nanofarads, 18. I think that possibly the ESR could be a bit dodgy on this one. It really does, Brett, yeah. I think if you have a normal Guinness and then have that, you'll think it's absolutely disgusting. But if you just have that, it's absolutely fine. Right, let's push the button then. It could shock us. Ooh, it's gone low. 8.88. 3.6 ohms ESR though. That ain't good. So we got some down around there. We got Thomas at, oh, hang on, no, 8. I'm thinking 18, but it's 8, isn't it? It's actually low. So the nearest one to that is Derek, 14.2. Derek, I think, at 14.2. It's quite a way out though, isn't it? Well, it's not. It's not 8.88, but nothing that's going to cause any issues at the moment, really. That would have worked, but ESR's gone up quite high. Right, let's get these next two out. What are they? Both 100 at 12 volts? Looks like it. So first one's across there. You can't see what I'm doing now. I think that one's in there. Looks like it is. That sounded like my desoldering tool just blocked. Let's do pokey pokey. Better. Right, where are we? So that's that one there, I believe. I think it's across to that one. Yeah, there he is. It's definitely that one then. Okay, so that's positive at the back. 100, 12 volts. Stick another one in a minute. A couple of those. What we're going to chuck in there then? What have we got here? These look pretty. No point putting 25 volt caps in, really, is there? No, they're only 10 volts, so that's a bit close to the. So we need to chuck a couple of those in, which I think are 12, 16 volts. There we go. Right. So these are Nichicon, I think. I'm trying to think what caps I've been buying recently because I can't get a lot of the values I want in Nichicon for some reason. Gonna break for 5 minutes and check up on Mrs. C. She's literally in the next room. You right, Kat? Yeah, she's all right, Andy. But thanks very much for asking, mate. Much appreciated. Okay, that's that one done. I'll snip the legs off of that one. You've been to church today, Benji, have you? Right, that's that one. Let's get the other one out beside it. Where's that one to? That is... Oh, looks very loose, that wire there. What's that to? It is attached still. So I think that's across those two terminals, I think. The beer's getting neglected too, I know. Yeah, Mrs. Cruncher knows to shout if she's got any problems. Literally, she's in the next room, so... Well, this is the spare bedroom that I'm in. And that is another 100, and yeah, that's another 100, so let's get that one in. Same orientation. Right, 3 down, 2 to go. Plus a couple hunts, but we'll give it another try before we do the hunts, and we'll test the capacitances of these. So that's we got a 2 in there and a 100. I suspect that the problem one is this one, the 2, because if we look back, you've got a link to a Nichicon multi-cap assortment. Thank you for that, Harvey. You're going to see another haircut video soon, Daryl. She's already done one a couple of weeks ago. We didn't video it because we don't want to bore you with haircut videos. That was my first ever lockdown haircut with Mrs. Cruncher using the clippers on me, which was a bit scary at the time, but I'm actually cutting Mrs. Cruncher's hair now, so, you know. Okay, where's this one orientated? So this one's quite tough to get out, actually, that back one. So let's do this 2 first. So that's got the positive going that way. Share the link and watch the prices go up. Yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it? It's like the prices of some of these radios. Which is fair enough. I mean, I'd rather people were buying them than them getting chucked in the recycling centres. That's that one out. Let's see if I can get to this one without it burning the rest of the wiring. Steady. There we go. Okay, what's this one? This is another 100. That's 6 volts this time though. So we can chuck a 10 volter in. What's this? This is a Panasonic FM series by the looks of it. 100 at 10 volts. And the other one was a 2, wasn't it? So we've got 2.2. I've got a lot of 2.2s. I'll tell you what. I don't have to get through a lot of capacitors. .2 of 50. Right, now let me think which way round that one is. I think these were opposite, weren't they? The positive was at the back on this one. Let me just check my photos again. So yeah, the positive is at the back. And that one. That's correct. I was going to dig out I've got the proper service manuals for these somewhere, but shows you all the board layout and everything, but I haven't got that to hand today. Just didn't have time. I just take the dogs out and sort the dinner, etc. and get the stream set up. Luckily, touch wood, I'm testing negative still for COVID, although I'm not feeling particularly special, so whether I've got a mild dose of it and it's just not enough to register on the tests, I don't know. But fingers crossed I can steer clear of it. We're doing as best as we can to try and not spread it about. Well, Mrs. Cruncher is anyway, boy. Staying in the bedroom. So she's going to be off work now for at least another week, I would have thought. I don't know exactly how it works. It's all weird, all this isolation period and all the rest of it. It's quite hard to follow, actually. Right, so this one's the opposite way round. The positives at the front and the negatives at the back, I believe. Yeah. So there we are. Yeah, poor Mrs. Cruncher, she's stuck in that bedroom. She's going absolutely stir crazy in there. What can you do? We've got her sorted out with tape. There she is. Speak of the devil. You right? Oh, right. She's very kindly going out to do the chickens. Just give them a bit of tea. They usually have a bit of porridge around about 4 o'clock. But I shall be putting them to bed after the stream. Around about 6-ish. Okay. Right. That's the electrolytics done. Looking nice and neat. Just how I like it. In fact, that's the electrolytics and the problematic transistors. You can see that or not. Okay. So that's the first transistor we changed. Then we got 2 here, and our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 capacitors. So let's make sure it still works. Always worth checking. I mean, really, in theory, you should sort of check it after every capacitor, but I think if you're just starting out, then it's a good idea. Because if all of a sudden it doesn't work, then you know that you've got one in backwards. Easily done. We've all done it. I do it all the time. We've been doing so much, especially doing it live. So we might have cracked the volume issue, although the volume issue could well be the dreaded Hunts failing, but I suspect it's that 2.2 microfarad that's killed it. So hopefully we've got a lot more volume now. I'm going to turn the volume down to start with. Hopefully it's still working. Fire in the hole. Yep. It's definitely louder. Zoom you out a little bit. Let's get the oh wow. It's much more sensitive now as well. Your girlfriend has COVID, Simon. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. It's Mandy, isn't it, Simon? So give Mandy our best, mate, and hope she gets well soon. Sorry to hear that. Really long wave. Well, that's certainly sorted the volume out. It is a bit more sensitive. It's not brilliant, to be fair, but as I say, those of you that have been here, this is a little bit of a hot spot for well, it's like a blimmin'. It's like a Faraday cage in here, isn't it? That's the word I was trying to find. Let's just go back to the front camera a minute. Let's have a catch up with a chat a minute. The outside of the old caps are positive. If you look at them, Andrea, stick them underneath the overhead camera. If you look at them, if I can get them in the camera, one side is red and the other side's black. Now the red you can see there comes down over, it goes through this plastic film and it pops out the bottom. So that's your positive, and the one that's coming out the bottom is the negative off of the black end. Hopefully that makes sense, mate. So they've made an axial cap into a radial one, really, because if you pull that leg through, it becomes an axial cap, and very often you'll see these laid out on their side and with that cap over the top, so with that leg over the top even, so they're all the same. Hopefully that makes sense, mate. Paddy, how you doing? Danish native, welcome, mate. And yeah, thanks very much. A Hunt is it's just a brand, Nigel, of capacitor, and if you look at, well, I'm trying to think. I got, if you go back to when I did the repairs on those Murphy radios, just those little tiny brown plastic encapsulated capacitors, and there's actually two in this set. Very often there's more. If I get the overhead camera going again, I'll show you what I mean. So that thing there is a Hunt's. See, it's like a little brown plastic encapsulated capacitor. It's a bit dusty at the moment, but we'll give that a bit of a wipe off. You can't quite see the writing on it there, so if I get it around that way you might be able to see it. No, can't get the light on it. Let's turn the light on the camera. No, you can't really see it. But they're usually marked Hunts on the side, and it's like 0.04 by the looks of it. And that might be a TCC actually, rather than a Hunts, but where's my goggles gone? See if it's actually got Hunts marked on these. Yeah, that might be TCC, not Hunts then. It says OCC. Get off. There's another one in there. 0.04 they are, both of them. So what we'll do is we'll change those two. And then, as long as it's still working, then I think we'll leave the rest as is. Because this is one of the later sets, and all I've got to do is change those grommets then. So yeah, we've got a tropical fish capacitor in here. Tropical fish caps. Very sought after. Very sought after, the tropical fish caps. You can just about see it peeping underneath the ferrite there. Like, I don't want to pull the ferrite out of the way really. You can just about see them in there, look, a tropical fish cap. They're called that because they're sort of stripy like a tropical fish. There you go, look. Made by Mullard. And very often there's hunts in there, so this one has had a few revisions. And again, we've got this this plastic encapsulated double ear cap, but very often that's a waxy, but not in this radio. So this is a little bit better. So they're both 0.04 by the looks of it, those two caps. There's that other brown one, look, hiding underneath the ferrite. You just about see it peeping through there, just down here. So I'm going to whip those two out. Then we'll have another check. And then it'll just be do those that grommet, and then we can have a look maybe at the alignment. But there's other stuff I want to look at yet. So right. How you doing, Paddy? I think I said hello to Paddy. I'm not missed any. Out. Rolf's house. Yeah, give her all our all the best from us, Simon. Do you fix them radios when there is not a lot to listen on them? Just asking. You can transmit music to them, Nigel. You can use an AM or an FM transmit depending on what radio it is. Or FM3. Yeah, nice little radio, Brett, isn't it? Yeah, you've been following for quite some time now, Brett, haven't you? Probably since the start, I think. A few of you have been following from the start. I think Simon was one of my first subscribers. Right. Let's get these out. Let's get a little bit closer, so I've gone a bit far away now. Doesn't matter which way around these are. They're both 0.04. Be interesting to see what they do measure though. I don't think these are Hunts, these are different makes, so whether Roberts saw how rubbish they were, I thought we ain't having them in our radios anymore, I don't know. Make sure I reconnect that ground wire there. Oh, steady. Just a bit of solder on the board, that was. It's good fun though, Nigel, isn't it? You have to get yourself one, mate, and have a play. Get yourself a radio and just restore it. It's quite therapeutic. That's how I started, really, just restoring my own stuff, and then people sort of started watching the YouTube channel and I got inundated with people asking me to fix theirs, so that's what I tend to do now, is mostly fix other people's stuff. Don't get much time to do my own. So yeah, that is a different make. It looks like it's, I don't know if it's OCC or DCC. DCC is Devon County Council. I don't think it's that. It could be, I suppose, couldn't it? But I think this radio's from Lincolnshire, if I remember rightly. That's where it's arrived from. Yeah, DCC is the brand name on them. 150 volts, 0.04. Stick those under the overhead camera, you can have a closer look at them. Sort of a bit blown out with the light there, but yeah, so they're marked, I don't know if you can see that or not, I don't know, too close. DCC. But these don't look too bad. Normally what happens is this plastic breaks, but these are not high voltage, well, they're not in a high voltage situation, they're only running on 9 volts. We'll test them in a minute on the tester and see where they are. Why are you cross? Phil, how you doing, mate? Welcome. Wrong camera. Welcome, Phil. You've been buying all up here in Canada. Unfortunately, ain't many here in Canada. What you mean, the old British radios, Daryl? Yeah, radio, TV, phono, nuts, brilliant. Watched this channel for many years. Beauty school dropout. Right, let's get these replaced. So 0.04. Where's me chart? I think that's 40 NF in it. What was it? 0.0, yeah, 40 NF or 47 NF 473. There we go. .47 NF, these are 400 volts, that ain't gonna worry too much. long as the legs fit. Right. Actually, that's a very good fit, that one. Let's get rid of all the muck off the board though. Going to hit that with a bit of isopropyl, give it a bit of a clean up a minute. It's got a lot of, I don't know whether that's leakage from the cap, I wouldn't have thought so. Just flux where they've soldered the board, I think. It's collected underneath the capacitor. That's better. Let's pop that one back in again. Chris, you're back. Sorry about that, Chris. The automated bot didn't like all your exclamation marks. It said, you're out. So apologies for that, mate. You didn't do nothing wrong. It's there to prevent people from spamming, really, by just putting in loads and loads of different characters. He does rant a lot, doesn't he? Shango's an animal, isn't he? He's good to watch, though. There's a few around that loan restored TVs and radios to film producers. A dodgy track there, but it seems to be holding in. Alright, that's that one done. Let's get the other one done over here. You can't see that. There's that one there to do. Must remember to put that wire there back on as well. So let me just pre-bend the legs. This puts it a bit flusher to the board then. Flip it. He's right in underneath the area there, which is a real pain. That's one. Bear with me. There we go. Nice. It'll be interesting to see what those two are measuring, really. Did that move as I push that in? No, that's fine. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they're actually measuring. Oh, I must remember to put that one back on, so let's put a bit more solder on there. Just drop that wire in there. She blows. Right. Let's have another test. See if that's brought the reception up any better. So really I need to take it outside to determine that. Pretty good. Derek! Thank you, mate. It is more sensitive because it's picking up stuff now that it didn't before, and I've not even got the thing next to it. Hello, we've got a dodgy wire on the ferrite there. Yes, we have. We have a dodgy wire on the ferrite's rod. In fact, we have two. That one. And that one. Two broken wires, right. Let's sort those out. Let's go to there and I'll show you if I can focus. Come on, focus. There we go. Not connected, look. Just barely touching it, it was. And there's another one down here, exactly the same. You see that one? So it's a little bit blown out there, but yeah, that one there's off as well. Look. Not good. Right. Let's turn that off. I'm gonna have a quick skip to the loo a minute and a check on Mrs. C. So I'll be back in a sec. Right, back in the room. Have you been good while I've been gone? I'll be back. You love soldering ferrite wires, yeah. Right, should be back in the room. Apologies about that. Batteries are gone. I don't know what these are like. I've just grabbed a couple that were knocking about on the bench. I don't know whether they're old or not. Right. Right, as I was saying, that was bent out of line, so I twisted that back around, and I'm just hoping that I can get that tacked without having to add another wire onto it. Let's put a little bit of flux on that. Oh. I think he'll go. managed to tin it. There he is. Back on. Now this one on here is another kettle of fish altogether. Can I twist that one around, I wonder? Typical. Let's see. Yeah, so the other one is a different story altogether. Where are we? You can just about see it underneath there. It's this one here. Yeah, that one's come unraveled really. So I'm going to have to use a bit of enamelled wire on that one, I think. Oh. Yeah, you can see it's come unravelled there a little bit. Let's just catch up with the chat a second. Rich A. Lip reading, yeah, I know. Gotta love it when the batteries go, haven't you? I've got, there's no indicator that the batteries are gone though. You think there'd be a red light or something flashing, wouldn't you? It doesn't do it. So, George, you're always criticising, mate. Always criticising. Unless I got you wrong, George, again. Okay. Let's see if I can tack a bit of enamelled wire on that. Just scraping some of the enamel off. It will burn off, but right. So I've got a very thin bit of enamelled wire there. If I can get it in shot before George tells me off. There's the end of it. So I'm going to try and put some solder on the end of that one. There she blows. So now to try and connect that piece down there up to that tag there. This red wire, it looks like this has been off before. It's all really loose and horrible, all of this. I might have to put some wax in there or something to stop them moving about in the future. Let's It is your radio, Steve. Because I've got some questions for you, mate, now that you're in. Because there's a bit of rust on the chassis. Now, do you want me to do that or leave it as is? Let's just get the end of this with the tweezers and see if I can join them together. Got it. There she blows. Right, so we've got to wrap that around there. And hopefully get it hot enough to melt through the thing. Basically, I don't need to strip everything off of it. I'll show you in a minute, Steve. We'll just get this done in a minute, and then I'll zoom back out and show you what I mean. Actually, that wants to be pushed right down to the base of that, if I can. Let's snip that. Yeah, snip it off now. I was going to just bend it off later, but let's get it out of the way now. Let's see if that'll solder up. Just never know what you're going to find here, do you? I certainly wasn't thinking now that the problem I got now is that joint there might come apart, so what I think I'll do is I'll stick a little bit of Mrs. Cruncher's nail varnish on that just to hold that in place. Just let that go off a second. No worries, Steve. I'll go over it in a minute, mate. Don't panic. This is just the aerial wires are disconnected. Just give that a bit of a helping hand with the hot air. It's typical, isn't it? When you want it to go off, it doesn't. Women sort of blow on their nails and then they go off, don't they? Just let that harden up for a minute. No sound? So I've got sound here. Yeah, so if you look at the chassis, you can see some rust there all the way along the top edge and down the bottom here where there's batteries leaked. That's the main areas really. It's the same over the other side of the board. I can't flip it at the moment because I'm got it in position to solder this up, but yeah, I'm just waiting for that to go off. It's gone tacky. I mean, this is pretty low temperature, 150 degrees, so I'm not going to melt any insulation or anything. I just want to help that go off a little bit. I will see if I can hold it with a soldering iron as well, with the tweezers, just to give it a bit of a heat sink. I just want to keep it so that wire doesn't break apart really. Right. So let me think. Let's put a bit more flux on that. Oh. And what I try and do is if I can hold it with the tweezers. These have got quite a big tip, so if I can hold that with the tweezers, just melt that on, hopefully that'll... Ah, the red wire's come off now. Get off. Stay there. That's got it actually. It's got it on that side. Hang on. This red wire's being a pain in the neck. Get out of it. So, okay, if I can just hold that. That's got it. Right, I'll stick this crazy old red wire back on. He just wanted to come off, didn't he? Determined. Where was that hooked on then? Is it like that? It's been just like that then, just like that. There. Done. Who is Mrs. Cruncher? That's my good lady. Yes, how are you, mate? that's my good lady, Mrs. Cruncher. The only thing she restores is my sanity sometimes, but and she restores the house to good order better than I can at the moment. Well, I just want to put a bit of extra solder on that because that doesn't look a particularly great joint there. It's going to pop back off again now as soon as I do this, isn't it? Better. Right, okay. Done. So we now have our coil reconnected. Let's just make sure that that one's not moved off. No, that's good. Right, let's try that again then. Whew. Right, let's just get her up and stick some voltage up it again and just try that coil out. Hopefully that's, well, I've sorted it. That's RTE, I believe. I bet that's my blimmin' scope making that noise. Something's pulsating here, but there we go. She's working. Mrs. Cruncher is my biggest supporter. It's down to her that I'm actually on YouTube, because it was her that said I ought to try it. So, cheers, Mrs. Cruncher. Okay, Steve, so you can see there's rust along this top edge here. There's rust in there where the battery sits. It's missing its battery connectors anyway, they've gone. And you can see there's rust along this back edge here as well. There's also a nice crack. If you can see that on the camera, you can't see it very well that far away. Zoom you in a bit. There's also a crack on there, but I don't know if that's been done by the courier or whether that was on there originally. Can you see there's a crack up the dial plate there, and it also extends a couple places here as well. But I know you wanted it kept as is as far as the external looks are concerned, so I was going to leave that. But this dial pointer is touching the face in places, so I need to get the grommets in underneath here. These have all perished and gone to pieces. There's 3 grommets on these. For those that haven't seen it before, they just go hard. That one's actually still got a little bit of sponge left in that one. This one is rock hard. You have no misses, so your stairs and landing is chocker. Well, I have the same issue, but my good lady lets me get away with it. Well, I wouldn't say she lets me get away with it, but I do get away with it, amazingly. Yeah, so we need to rig up a connector here for the PP9. But yeah, to get that done, Steve, we need to strip the whole chassis out and spray paint it. Really, I would need to grind it back to bare metal and spray it with something. So yeah, normally when that gets cracked, what's happened is it's had a whack on this knob, so it's been whacked downwards, possibly been thrown about by the courier. And that's what's cracked the dial plate. But yeah, have a look just to see, Steve. To say, I probably could sort you a spare one of those out, but it won't have the same muck on it that this one's got, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that would need basically cleaning off, and then I'd spray it over with either some silver hammerite or some silver zinc spray. It's not really spraying weather outside at the moment, is it? So we've got it working. All I need to do now is get those grommets done, and then we are good to go. Well, we've got a really noisy volume pot as well, haven't we? Forgot about that. Oh, is that broken? Is that volume pot broken? Let me have a look. So yeah, the volume pot looks to be broken as well. I wonder if this is the same as the volume pot that's the issue. Where are we? So yeah, that's had a bit of a whack. All right, Steve. Yeah, you see that? So it's broken it there. So I think because it has got a really scratchy volume pot, hasn't it? Whether that is the reason or not, I don't know. Let's take a speaker back out anyway. Because we need to strip it down now. So we know it's working. It doesn't really need anything else done apart from maybe check the alignment. But we need to get the top off next. So again, these are very fragile. If you over tighten these, you're going to break them. These don't even look to be cracked. Now this one's slightly different. The volume, sorry, the on-off one, because it's got a little tiny pip on it. So if you take these three off, you just need to make sure that one goes back on the medium wave, long wave band switch. So, cool. A bit tight, but now I've got that one. Got that one, they're rusted in. There. Cool. I don't really want to spray any WD-40 on it because it'll get onto the yeah, that one's not playing ball. It'll get onto the dial plate. Oh, the crack was there before sending. Okay, but it's got a damaged volume pot as well, Steve. But whether that matters or not, I don't know. Why is this so tight? I'm going to have to give it a little bit of WD from the upside down position. Because I don't want to break it taking it off. Let's let that penetrate in a minute. Okay, we'll keep that there then. Thank you, Yas, all the way from Iraq. So we'll keep that as is then, Steve. So I need to get that volume pot out to see what's going on with that. But I need to take the top panel off anyway to do those grommets. So whee, there he goes. We got there. And they're all, by the looks of it, it's 2 out of 3. Yeah, they're all really good. So you got some decent knobs there. Rob, thank you. Thank you, Rob. How are we doing? 5:15. I do need to be aware of the time because I do need to shoot off and put the girls to bed around 6. So Just take these washers off. I don't want to come off. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, someone's put a bit of glue on that. That's why I had trouble getting that off, because there's a little bit of glue on there. The knob was glued on. So luckily the WD-40 must have loosened it off. Right. Let's put them together with all the other bits and pieces. We'll give those a good lubrication before they go back on. Just pop the top plate off. That should now just lift off. That is tight fit. I've got to be careful because I don't want to break this totally. Just slide the old chocker around the back here. There we go. So yeah, you can see the crack in it now. So it's had a whack, it's been dropped at some stage and it's just cracked the top there. Got a little bit of crazing around this one as well. We're stressed. But yeah, we can't blame the courier for that. Okay, that's fair enough. Fair shout. Let's put that to one side. It's up to you, Steve, because end of the day, it's just adding more cost to you really. So if you want to leave it as is, I mean, I can just put some rust killer on it and stabilize it if you want. Yeah, so it looks like something's spilt through here at some stage as well. Can you see there's a mark around there? So something's been spilt on the top at some stage. It's gone down through. This is a really nice dial plate on this. It's nice and white. A lot of these are quite dark, but this one's nice and light. So we've got to get this one off now, again without doing any damage. Got to get both of these nuts off. Oh God, typical. It's tight as hell, isn't it? I could use a socket, but the problem is a socket. Oh. I'm gonna have to. I can't get the sockets, unfortunately, because they're in the bedroom with Mrs. Cruncher. Is that fully meshed? Or no, we want it fully meshed. I'm just being a bit weak, really. I've just got to give them some stick, but I don't want to slip and scratch the face. How's that one gone? Okay. So I'm gonna have to be man up and get it done. Got it. There we go. Okay, on the rust killer. No worries. Acetylene torch will cure everything, George, won't it? Next thing we need to do is get this dial marker off. And these either come off nicely or they'd come off not nicely. So let's get our bit of plastic in again. See if I can lever it up with the tweezers. No, that ain't going to come off either. Let's just give that a little tiny, the tiniest touch of WD. It's either going to come out really like a dribble or it's going to pour out in it. There we go. You have 7 UK radios, Jazz. You did not find any restorer to fix them. Yeah, you're doing well, mate, though. You do get them going. So we'll go with the rust killer. At owner's risk should be in Graham's terms. I think people know Rolf, don't they, really, that I'll do my best for them, but you know, sometimes you've got to break things to fix them, if you know what I mean. Right, let's use my normal method of getting these off, which is the old forceps. See if that'll work. Yeah, she's coming. She's a-coming. Fighting all the way. It's the Queen's Platinum Jubilee today as well, isn't it? I don't think we'll be doing a lot of street parties today, though, do you? Yeah, this is really trying me, this one, isn't it? It doesn't want to come off at all, but it's going to come off. It's going to come off. There you are. Thank you very much. There. Now we can get at the 3 screws for the grommets. So that's next. Let's get them out and done. Okay. Right, well, they're painted on with some red nasty paint. And you've got to watch these because there's one screw that's a lot shorter than the others. If you put them in wrong, as soon as you turn the dial, you'll crash into the vanes of the tuning cap and wreck it. So you need to make sure you get them the right way round. So you need to make sure that the shorter one is at the top. Well, that one's welded to the rubber washer anyway, so rubber grommet even. It was. Typical. Spoke too soon, didn't I? very last one. He's still hanging in there. Right. Let's just release that wire there. So, so it's just being held in by this wire here, which is the battery connectors. Yeah, I think you did well to get that one going, Rob. Cool. Normally these are really loose, but they've bent the hell out of that one. Right, there we go. Now it should pass those. Are you going to come out? Are you going to play ball? There he is. There we go. So there's our three knackered grommets. Yeah, nasty. Should cut away from me actually, shouldn't I? Otherwise I'll cut my finger off. Well, two of them had a bit of rubber left in them, but that one is really hard. In fact, I'm having trouble getting that one out even. These would just push out easy, I expect. Yeah, that one's come out. I think Spanky did one of these, didn't he? He was struggling with this for some reason. I can't remember why now. But I know I sent him up some grommets to do his. Yeah, that one's gone rock hard. Need to keep the washers if we can get them off. Ah. Yuck. Dead rubber grommet stuck to the washer there. Look at this one. You gonna give me some stick? Ugh. So you'll have this issue with any of the Roberts radios from this era. They all use these rubber grommets. I'm not sure about the R500, but certainly the 300, the RT1 and the 200 all got these in it. Yeah, pretty crusty, to say the least. Right. $81 watching. Excellent. Right, now to find the grommets. Now I think they should be here. You notice I said I think they should be here, not they are definitely here. Very good. I think that's the ones. Yeah, that's the ones. So again, part number for now. $1189030, and there was 100 in there. Look, there's not any more. Replace the battery clip. Oh yes, yeah, no, that's no problem. Oh, Christ, they're all coming out now. Yeah, I'll definitely put a new battery clip on there for you. I believe these had the two individual ones on a little Bakelite disc, but I don't know if I got any of those. I'll have a look in a minute. And these are all over the bench now. Yeah, they are very brittle, Danish. Yeah, RT1 is it's an iconic radio, isn't it? I believe it was Robert's first ever transistor radio, wasn't it? Okay, now this is interesting, trying to get these back in. Just get rid of any other debris in there. I'm trying to find my rust killer stuff now. Because that needs to be done before we put this top back on. Right, these can be a bit of a pig to get in, but let's see. Sometimes they just drop in. Other times they're a pain in the neck. Are you going to be nice to me? Oh, yes. It's going to be nice. It's going to be nice to me. Be careful we don't rip any of these wires off as well. Two. And miraculously the third one's done a run out. Now there we are. Got it. Right, okay. Whew. Right. Now this is the fun one, is this top one, because we've got a brand brand new grommet in there now. There's not enough meat on it, if you know what I mean, to get the washer and the nut on at the same time, so it can be tricky. You've just got to give it some stick, really. Going to push it from one side and hope it's lined up. No, damn. Swine. Get off. Now the washer's come off as well. Try again. Actually, it might be easier to just put the other two in. Let's put the other two in first. That'll pull it in a bit further. Plenty of room on those. We're done with tweezers though. You can't see what I'm doing, can you? Get off. What the hell? That one's caught. Let's see if I can get that one in with the nut spinner. Is it that one or is it smaller? Right, that's that one caught. This is not easy, but yeah, that's why I do it live, because I'm mad. There we go. It's got that one. Just loosen that one a little bit to make sure it's all in. Get off. Right, let's see if we can get this last one in then. Make sure we're lined up, that's the thing. If you're not lined up, it'll bind, so that one's gone in a bit better. Got it. Got the monster right. So make sure we're lined up properly. Which we are by the looks of it. So let's tighten them up. You don't want to go mental on these. You just want to compress them, but not deform them too much. And then you need to put a bit of nail varnish or something on the top to stop it coming undone. But the main thing is to get them all the same. So get them all squashed the same. If you've got one over tightened, it'll make it all wonky. So I just need to tighten this one up a fraction more. And that one. There we are, 3 new grommets. So I need to pinch Mrs. Cruncher's nail varnish again. She doesn't know I've got this. I've got to. There we go. That's that done. Right, we need to have a look at this volume pot. We need to have a look at this volume pot. Now, what can we do with this? Yeah, it's whacked. It's had a hell of a whack, that. That piece is broken down. We can try and get it out. What is it? It's a 5K log pot. The problem with these is as soon as you bend these tabs, they snap off. What's going on? Is the chat stopped, or is it just nobody's got anything to say? That'd be a first, wouldn't it? Right. So yeah, it's a risk, but I think we need to get inside this thing because I think this is needs replacing. I think, but I haven't got one. So we're gonna have to try and repair it. Just the metal gets very brittle with age. Let's disconnect it from the wiring. You're still there, Tim. You're all still there. It all stopped for a second. Excellent. Right. Yeah, you can. The problem is these need to come upright really to release it, and the metal's just very brittle with age, and it's unlikely that they'll come off. I can solder the can back on, so it's not the end of the world. So I've got them lifted slightly. Soldering iron's had enough, it's turned itself off. Don't forget, Timothy has got his own YouTube channel, and he was the proud winner of the Zorba record, donated by the Man Cave Workshop. I haven't heard from Sean this week. I must give him a message. So we're going to have a go at taking this pot apart, which it's got to be really careful. I don't really want to bend it too far. I need to get the pliers in. Hi Michael, how are you? Martha Tidful, and you're a Roberts radio collector, Michael. Welcome, mate. Good to have you on board. Just going to really gently try and bend these up. Let's use the side cutters to just get in underneath. I'm not using them to cut, just to bend, so I'm not putting any pressure on. It's like diffusing a bomb, isn't it, sometimes, some of this stuff. Yeah, they feel very weak. So let me think, where are we in there? So I'm just going to put it to the stop. We're nearly there. It's very it's not pot metal, is it? But it's not great. So the other thing we've got to make sure is we get this pot the right way round. That's those two. Okay. I'm sure we could get one of these made up by Bloor Edwards. I'm sure they could do it. But to be fair, that's pretty obvious which way around that goes. I can't get it 180 degrees out, can I, on this particular one? Right, let's should we do this on the overhead camera so you can see a bit more what's going on? Let's get the chassis out of the way for a minute. No, not me, that one. Let's come out a little bit. So I've now bent those 4 tabs up. So in theory the body should pull off now. Just use a prior to help it on its way. Yeah, you can see the bits of plastic broken off inside there. It might be alright, it might just be the edges that are broken. But we need to have a look. We need to get inside and have a look. The doctor needs to have a look, Mr. Roberts. Yeah, you can see it's broken here as well, look. See that? That's a bit, you can see the bit that's broken there. We've got a chunk there that's broken off. There we go. Yeah, okay, so you can see the bits that are broken off, but it's just the edge. So it's not actually broken, so there's 3 areas it's cracked off. So let's have a look inside the pot then. Give us a chance to clean it properly. Oh, I remember these. Oh, these are horrible. I remember one of these because there's a little carbon piece. Can you see there's a little chip of carbon there that runs around a track? You can just see it there, look. And that runs around this track. What about the circlip? I don't need to take the circlip off really, unless I want to pull the whole of this piece off, Anthony. If I take the circlip off, all of this lot will come out, which I don't want. I just really want to clean this if I can. And maybe put some fader lube in it. I mean, it is a work of art, really, isn't it? It's very nice. Right, so that's a relief, because I thought that pot was split in half, but it's not. So at least it gives us a chance to clean it properly rather than just spraying switch cleaner on it. So I'm just going to put a bit of isopropyl on a cotton bud. Give it a wipe. Just get rid of any particles that may be making it noisy. Okay. It's nice and clean. So let's see. I'm sure I've got some of that fader lube that Doug gave me, because this will lubricate it as well as some. So yeah, we've got some of this deoxit fader that Doug very kindly gave us, and just put a little tiny bit of that on the track. Don't want to put loads of it on, just a few spots of it, and let's just run that around a bit, let it go in. That should be enough. Let's give the can a quick clean out, make sure there's no debris in there. A bit of carbon in there from the wiper. Be nice. Right, and this is the hardest part now. Is bending these tabs back without them snapping off, and we may lose one, we may lose two, we may lose all of them, or we may be lucky. Are you feeling lucky? Is anyone feeling lucky? 4 goats. I don't know. It was Doug very kindly sent me that all the way from the US of A. A couple of little sample ones, and I've used them for special occasions because it is expensive stuff to buy over here, I can tell you. Right, how are we going to bend these back then? Let's bend them back with the same tools that we took them apart with. Let's make sure we're squeezed down properly first. Yeah, you can sort of feel when they're going to go because they get really weak. Tense stuff, isn't it? It's tense stuff. Chickens are getting hungry. The chickens, Mrs. Cruncher's fed the chickens. They've just got to be put to bed so old Foxy don't get them. Gonna watch it. Where is Benji? Right, so far so good. Just got to bend them downwards now. Oh, he's only done it. Whew. Saved. Good job. There we go. Sorted. A lot of schleckels. No, I think the Perspex face is staying as it is, Michael, because they want to keep it original. Because that's how it was left by their father. So they want to keep it as original as possible. So there we are, that's done. Yuck. Oh, of course all my wet wipes are downstairs. Whew. Cheers all. So yeah, I've got to go and do the check-ins. I'm just trying to think. No, I probably do need to call it a day, but I was going to show you quickly the other repairs that have come in, but so what's left to do on this one? Basically, yeah, I've got to reassemble it. I've got to find my rust killer and just put some rust killer on this, reassemble it all. What else have I got to do? Rust killer, reassemble it, put a battery clip on of some description, and then it can go back to Steve and his good lady to enjoy. Times 2. Got the mackerel on. So we'll quickly show you what else I've got in for repair. Let's pop that to one side. I've got another one of these monsters come in. Another Sony ICF-PRO80 has come in from Mo. Totally dead apparently. So let's give it a quick go. Let's pop the aerial on. The aerial's really loose as well. So the back nuts come undone on that, that's all. It's nothing too major. You notice the volume's up full whack. Now the last two of these I've done, the actual pots weren't collapsed, so whether they changed the design slightly, I don't know. Let's just get this hooked up a minute. Stick it back to 6 volts. And center pin negative on these. Just double check that they haven't changed that. No, center pin negative, 6 volts. So let's reverse those leads. Plug it in. So it's drawing 100 milliamps. We've got a display. Oh, I tell you what he's done. I did notice this actually. He's got it in the shift. It needs to be in normal. Real quirky thing this is. It's got to be in normal, not shift. So you can't hear anything. Let's try the headphone socket. If I can find my headphones. See if there's anything in the headphone socket. No, absolutely dead ass. Let's just go to 100 naught. Oh, I can hear it very, very faint. Can you hear that? So there is life there. So volume is going up and down. So it's not the problem with the volume. I need to find... And the squelch is working as well. I don't know if you can hear that. So that is SMD electrolytics again. So that's going to need a full recap. And Mo, the owner's actually got a kit that he's bought, which is actually quite comprehensive. I was quite impressed with this. I must ask him where he got it from, because I don't know how much it was. So let's just get the overhead cam going. So it's a little note from the seller. Please take a second to provide feedback. And this is the kit here. So really, really comprehensive, this. So let's have a quick look through. Yeah, he Brett us off. Cheers, Brett. Daryl, you off, Daryl? Can't you see me? So we've got a little resistor, because I think that's for the LED. I'm not 100% sure, but let's just let's just put the docking it down a bit. So yeah, there's a new green LED. I don't really know why we need a new green LED, but whether this one's slightly brighter, I don't know. So we've got 2 new caps. These look to be with 105-degree rated case, I think. I don't know what they are. It's not Nichicon, because they're written on them, but I can't remember the brand on those. It'll come to me in a minute. There's a 220 at 10 volts. And we've got SMD tantalums, which is very nice, because they're not cheap either. They're quite expensive, and you have got to buy them in sort of quantities to get them at a good price. So probably the guy that's selling this kit has done that. But yeah, look at that. All the tantalums are there. Makes my life a lot easier, because I don't have to order them all in. But the other interesting thing is we've got 2 ICs left. Now, I would be surprised if we did need these, but that's obviously a surface mount IC. I think that's the voltage regulator. So I think the idea is that can get damaged by the electrolyte. If I go in close, no, that's not very good. Let's come back out. Let's get the camera down a bit. That'll focus a bit better then. Yeah, we'll have to mess about with the light to get the part number. Okay, there we are. So it's a 5003. I think that's voltage regulator, and this, I know this other one here is the audio chip. And the problem is the electrolyte leaks out of the SMD caps, and it corrodes the pins on here, so the pins can actually corrode off. So it's possible. I've not had to do this on either of the 2 that I've done so far, but they're both very close to problematic capacitors. And as I say, it's got SMD electrolytics in there at the moment, which are, have I got any knocking about? I've just put all of Brian's back in the bag and sent them back with his parcel. It's typical, isn't it? When you want them, you can't find them. Yet when you don't want them, they're everywhere. Oh dear, I got loads of them somewhere knocking about anyway. But yeah, so that's a nice little kit. I'm impressed with that. I must ask him where he got that, because you know, I can probably get it cheaper if I got them all myself. They certainly do, Chris. You know, I've got I've got yet another one of these on the way to me. And I've got an ICF-7600, again all the same issue, on its way to me. I think that one's coming from the States actually. There doesn't seem to be that many people about that fix these things. But there you are. So yeah, nice little kit. So that one will get done at some stage. Let me just go and grab the other bits. And then, as I say, I've got to knock it on the head and get the girls put to bed and get Mrs. Cruncher's tea on. You right in there, Car? It's blowy out there. Okay. Okay, there we are. I'm going to need the front case of that because you will not know what the hell it is else. So this first one, well, these are both people that are in the chat, I think. Both of these radios. So this one's a bit of a quirky radio, and that's the case for it. And this is Multi's radio, Group 13. Welcome, mate. Glad you're enjoying it. This one belongs to Multi Towers. I knew something belonged to Multi, and it's this is just the outer case because I've got the chassis out. This is a VHF Skymaster, which is a modified radio made to work on the airband from a GEC. Cheers, Michael. Thanks for dropping in today, mate. This is a GEC. Where is it? I've got it on my thing here somewhere. It's a GEC 817. It's one of its clones. No, we want screen cap. So yeah, GEC 817, and I believe it's a master radio something or other as well, I think, is another clone of it. Doesn't actually list it in there. But you can see it's brimming with AF11 whatever series. It wants me to log in, but you get the gist. So it's based on this radio. Geckophone. It's from 1966 or thereabouts, I'm not sure, but anyway, it's been modified for airband. There's nothing to say what they've done to it to modify it, so it's one of them again. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a sort of suck it and see and hope that we can get it going. But this is the chassis. So far what I've done to it, I've taken out the AF116s. There was two of them in there. One was shorted, the other one was okay, but I've replaced them both. That's these two in here. I've also replaced 4 of the capacitors. And there's another transistor up on the top here. You can just about see. Where is it? I've just lost it myself now. Oh yeah, just in there. Just in there. So someone had put the wrong transistor in there. They put an old OC44 in, I think, and it wasn't oscillating. This is the oscillator transistor. So I put in a new old stock AF116 in there, and I now have an oscillator running, and I have a very weak audio coming out of it, but it's very weak. So the next thing I've got to do is change some of these other caps, and once that's done, hopefully I can get it running. I mean, it still could be some of the driver stage on the amplifier. The amplifier is working, but it's very quiet. And then I've got to investigate the VHF side of it, which is a bit unknown because there's no schematics or nothing for that. But it's all good fun, isn't it? So that's on the bench this week. And the only other thing that's in is from our friend Mr. Rob Cross, who sent me this. There's a bit of a story behind this one because Rob did fancy having a go at this one himself. I had advised him against it, but he does like to have a go. But what I did for Rob is Rob is such a good supporter of the channel. I said to Rob, send it to me and I will do it for you as a Christmas present. So this is my Christmas present to Mr. Rob Cross to fix his Sony ICF-SW77. So again, this is exactly the same issue. It's SMD electrolytics. And this is actually one of the later ones, I think, because it's got the better aerial on this one. The later ones had a very fine sort of whippy end to the aerial. Can you see that? It's like a really fine whippy end. The earlier ones, like the one I've got, had a tubular section as the end piece, and they didn't have as many sections. So this is going to be a nice radio. Now I'm a bit reluctant to power this up and try it because Rob has taken this apart, and what happened when he took it apart is an electrolytic fell out of it. So and it was badly corroded. So I really don't want to power it up until I've had the case off and had a look inside. So that won't be this week. You know, this is probably 3 or 4 weeks away at the moment. But I will get into it and we'll have a look at that on another stream. But yeah, very nice radios these. They work really well. And as I say, I think this is one of the later ones. I'll have to compare it to the serial number on mine. The serial number on this is 906688. So there you go. That's most of what I've got in at the moment. I've got stuff coming every day here. So it's getting busy. So our bot's been a bit quiet, hasn't he? The old bot's been a bit quiet today, the old chat bot. You're off, Paddy. Cheers, mate. Chickens need to go in. We've just seen foxes in the front garden. Yeah, you're Skymaster multi. You're right. He's on the way. Yeah, that Pro80. Les is just saying caps again. Yeah, I know. It's a blimmin' nightmare. Anyway, that's about it for me today, people. I've got to get the chickens put to bed. I'll get that out of the way. I've got to get the chickens put to bed, and later I'll be catching up with Chris's latest one. So thanks for everyone that sent tips today. And if anyone didn't get the link earlier because my moderators aren't putting it in there, then you can make a donation on there if you've enjoyed it today. But the chatbot's going mega slow again. There he is. Oh dear. And probably, well, it really depends how it goes with Mrs. Cruncher this week as to whether I can get back on the DAC10 for next weekend. We've got this to do, the Roberts to do, but I'll probably get that done in the week anyway. So you won't see that again unless you're on Patreon. So if you're on Patreon, you'll see some updates during the week. And thanks to Derek, who joined Patreon last week. Yeah, I haven't got you on the credits yet, Derek. Apologies for that, but I will get you on there for next week. It's just been a bit mad trying to get everything sorted. Thanks, Anthony. Cheers, Les. Command. You can't put the commands in unless you're a moderator, Anthony, unfortunately. Cheers, everyone. Cheers, Rich. So yeah, thanks to my Patreons and those that have given me super chats and tips today. Thank you very much, much appreciated. Certainly at the moment it's getting a bit tough, so it all helps. Cheers, Steve. Yeah, we'll have a consultation about your radio later, mate. And what else was I going to say? That's it. Bye for now. Yeah, keep safe, everyone. I'm going to be staying safe. Hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood, I can stay clear of it, and Mrs. Cruncher will get well really soon. And if you want the link for that tip thing, it's in the comments section anyway, in the description of the video. So bye for now, people. Catch you next week or in the week if you're on Patreon.